Welcome in, Wildcats fans. We are here at Bobby and Frederick Field, where it is going to be the Montana State University Billings Yellow Jackets taking on the Central Washington University Wildcats. We'll go over a little bit of over Central's lineups real quick. It's going to be McKenna King leading off at second base for your Wildcats, Serena Perez at third base, Brooke Jordan over at the first base position, and is Alyssa Bentigan at first base, and then Sasha Mitchell as our designated player for today's game. Jillian Hampson will be center field for your Wildcats, Lainey Kaisner at shortstop, Kate Hopkins in right field, and Carson Decker over in left. Pitching for your Wildcats today is going to be Ashley Labor. On the season, Ashley Labor is 1-8, so not a good record. Looking to change that a little bit today. And then for the Montana State University Yellow Jackets, it's going to be Caitlin Galvin, I apologize, leading off the lineup at the catcher position, which is something you typically do not see. A catcher at the leadoff position is a bit odd. Maybe she has a little bit of contact compared to her power with 6 RBIs on the season and 1 home run. It's going to be Seaton Teagan. Tegan Seaton at center field, and then Alexis Tovar as a designated player. Third base will be Marin Penny hitting in the cleanup spot. Kylie Amata over at second base. Lauren Blashek at shortstop. Jaslyn, it is Kala Ahuavehi over at first base. Claire Bagnell at right field, and Malia Cavin in left field. Caitlin James will be the pitcher for the Yellow Jackets, 4-10 on the season and a 5.3 ERA. The big issue for the Yellow Jackets this year has been their pitching. They have plenty of power to go along with their batting, but not a lot of great pitching. So we will see if the Wildcats can take advantage of that. We should have game time happening in just a moment. Introductions are underway, so we will be back in just a moment for some Wildcat softball. Normally I can hear myself and I can't hear. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. About to get this matchup between the Yellow Jackets and the Wildcats underway. As I mentioned just a minute ago, if you missed it, Ashley Labor will be on the mound for your Wildcats. Receiving her pitches is going to be catcher Alyssa Bentigan. So, Wildcats are getting into their positions. Warm-ups are underway. The Wildcats on the season are 5-16, looking to get this season turned around, not off to the greatest start. Wildcats are not doing too great in conference play either. They are 1-3 so far. So as warm-ups are underway, we'll go over some interesting stats for both teams. The ERA for Ashley Labor this season, despite being a 1-8 record, is 2.46. She's appeared in 9 games, allowing so far. She has 16 walks and 29 strikeouts with a 275 average for opposing batters against her. I'm happy to be out here at Bobby and Frederick Field. This is my first game of the season that I get to commentate, so I'm happy that you guys are able to join me alongside as we watch the Wildcats take on the Yellow Jackets. So it's still just warm-ups happening. We will be waiting for the first pitch to be underway, as now we have our throw down to second base from Bentagon. So leading off for the Yellow Jackets is going to be Kaylin Galvin. The Yellow Jackets 7-16-1 on the season. That is right, 7-16-1. They have one tie on the year as Kaylin Galvin steps into the batter's box. Galvin on the year hitting .250, has appeared in 24 games, 68 at-bats, 17 hits, and has one home run. Catcher, you usually don't see leading off too much, but she might have a little bit of speed along to go with power. First pitch is underway. That one is going to be just a little bit outside. Ball number 1. Just outside of the plate. Good first pitch from Labor. Now it is Galvin back into the batter's box. Looking to receive her pitch is Labor. Underway, and that one's going to be high and inside. Ball number 2. It's going to be a 2-0 count. So far as 17 hits and 68 bats for Galvin, 4 doubles and 1 home run, 6 RBIs on the year with a .350 on base percentage. Next pitch. That one's also a little bit inside, so it's going to be an early 3-0 count to Galvin. Galvin looking to draw the leadoff walk. Looking to make an appearance over to Brooke Jordan over at first base. Here comes the 3-0 pitch from Laver. That one's going to be called a strike number 1, 3-1 count now. Laver looking to work back into this count. It is 220 dead center. I'm not able to see what the distances are left in right field here at Bobby and Frederick Field, but 220 dead center is the footage there. Hit over to third base. Good stop, and it's going to be thrown over to first. Are they going to get her? It's going to be high, and taking the first baseman off the brag. Brooke Jordan had to reach for that one. Throw was from Serena Perez. Good job to block it with her body, but not able to get the throw off in time. So runner over at first now. Nobody out, and now it will be Tegan Seaton stepping up to the plate, hitting near 400 on the season. 397, has appeared in 24 games and started 23 of them. A lot of power. 9 home runs on the season. 19 RBIs as well. First one is in, and it looks like it's going to be called a strike number 1. Labor back to the mound now, having to worry about that runner over at first base. We will see if we can draw the double play. Look for Labor to start pitching low here. Here comes the second pitch. That one's going to be hit up into the right field. Getting underneath it is Kate Hopkins, and she's going to make the first out of today's game. So 1 out, runner on first. Labor gets that one out of there. Coming up now, designated player Alexis Tovar coming up to bat, .344 average on the year. Also has a couple home runs to her name. Lefty batter as she steps into the box. Labor gets her pitch. She deals. Runner with an aggressive jump off of first base. She's not going to go. Ball 1 regardless. Tovar on the year, like I said, has some power to her name. 2 home runs, 4 doubles, 21 hits, and 61 at-bats. Here comes the second pitch from Laver. That one's swung and foul tipped right back to the fence. So it's going to be a 1-1 count with 1 out. Runner over at first base is Kaylin Galvin, drawing the walk early in the at-bat. Or actually, it was a base hit over to third base. So here comes the next pitch, 1-1. That one's going to be runner going down to second. Looks like it's going to be a strike. Tries to make the tag. They're going to say she got her. So that's going to be a swing and a miss and a tag over at second. So good job by, it looks like the umpires are going to discuss as the runner is still over on second base. And it looks like they're going to have a little discussion here with the umpires. See what each umpire saw. Umpires for today's game, home plate is Joe Mihalik, first base Tim Taylor, and third base Steven Anderson. So those 3 will discuss what they saw. And let's see, still discussing. And they're going to say she is out. So great throw by our catcher Bentigan, an amazing tag from, I believe it was our shortstop, Lainey Kaisner. So it is still Alexis Tovar up to bat. We now have 2 outs, 1-2 count here to Tovar. Umpire, home plate umpire, Mihalik is going to have a discussion down to the third base umpire, who's having a talk with the third base coach for Montana State University. Tovar back into the batter's box, awaiting the 1-2 pitch. Can the Wildcats get out of this inning? Laver waiting for the pitch. She deals. That one's going to be high and outside. That's going to be a ball number 2, looking to get Tovar swinging. Wildcats have not yet had a chance to bat, looking for an opportunity to come up in just a moment. 2-2 counts. Pitches in, that's tipped up, and it's going to be out of play, and so it's going to remain 2-2. Good job by Tovar to get her bat on that one. She was a bit behind the pitch, but able to get a little bit of contact. 2-2 once again. Awaiting the 2-2 pitch. It is underway. Here it comes. It's hit over to second base, able to field it cleanly, get it to first base. That is an easy out. The Wildcats will be going into the next inning, or staying in this inning, going to the bottom of the inning here to look to get a couple of runs on this board to break the 0-0 ball game. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. Wildcats are here about to lead off the inning, where it is going to be McKenna King hitting .258 on the year, appearing in 19 games so far. A little bit of a little dance between the pitcher and the catcher there for Montana State University. Pitcher is Caitlin James. Catcher is going to be Kaylin Galvin, who led off with a base hit, but they will call it an error, as it was a bad throw by Serena Perez for your Wildcats. Here comes the first pitch from Caitlin James, and it's going to be in for a ball number 1. So good first pitch take there from King. King playing second base for your Wildcats, able to get the last out of that inning. Here comes the next pitch. King awaits it, and it's hit into center field. It's going to be deep to center field, but it's going to be caught. So it's going to be caught by Tegan Seaton, this number 2 hitter for Montana State University. A quick first out for the Yellow Jackets. So now coming up next is going to be Serena Perez. Had the error in the first inning so far. We will see what she can do with her bats. Perez on the year hitting .308, leading your Wildcats in average, has played 12 games and started 5 of them. First pitch is into her. That one's going to be low and outside, but they're going to call it a strike. Just grazed the plates. So now it's James getting back to her pitching spots. Ready to pitch. Here comes the next pitch. That one's going to be outside as well. No call for a strike that time. It's going to be 1 ball, 1 strike. It's going to be Perez back into the box. 1-1 counts. James looks at her pitch sheet, and that one's going to be way outside. That's going to be a ball number 2. Perez on the year has 4 hits in 13 at-bats and a 1 RBI and a .360 on-base percentage. Here comes the next pitch. She deals. That one's foul tipped back to the fence. It's going to be Kaylin Galvin going back to retrieve that ball, waiting for James to get back to the pitching mound. So 2-2 count, looking for a strikeout. We'll see if the Wildcats can avoid that. Perez awaits the pitch. She swings. Now it's popped up. It looks like it's going to be just out of play, though. Catchers are going to try to get it. No, it's going to stay in play, and it's going to be a catch by the shortstop of the Yellow Jackets, that being Lauren Blaszczyk. So a quick 2 outs for your Wildcats. Looking to get somebody aboard here. It's going to be lefty batter Jordan Brook. Or Brooke Jordan, my apologies. So Brooke is hitting .281 on the year. Has appeared in 11 games and started 10 of them. First pitch to her. That one's high and inside, almost catches her face mask because she has to back out of the way. 1-0 counts. So nobody on, 2 outs. If you are just joining us, it is now Brooke Jordan up to bat. Wildcats were able to defend the home field in the first inning. We will see how the rest of this game goes. It'll be a 7-inning game. So here comes the next pitch. This one is a little bit low and outside, and they'll say no strike. Seemed just a little bit too low. Could have been crossing the edge of the plate, but umpire does not think so. Here comes the next pitch. Two balls, no strikes. That one's hit over to the first or second baseman, just a pop-up, and she's going to bring it in for the third out of the inning. We'll be back in just a moment for the second inning of Wildcat Softball. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. Going to be Ashley Laver still on the mound for your Wildcats, hitting for the Yellow Jackets. It's going to be Marin Penny, the senior for the Yellow Jackets, hitting 320 on the year, has appeared in 24 games and has started all of them. So the righty cleanup hitter will step into the box awaiting Laver's pitch. Nobody on, nobody out. Here it comes. First pitch from Laver. That one's going to be just across the outside edge of the plate, but no call, though. They're going to be calling it ball number 1. Awaiting the second pitch now is Penny. Penny, one of 3 seniors starting on this team for the Yellow Jackets. That's going to be a swing and a miss on a heater from Laver. So back into the box is Penny. Laver on the year, as I said, 2.4 ERA, 1-8 on the year. That one's foul tipped out of play. That one went over the press booth. So now 1-2 count on a swing and a miss and a foul ball. Laver looking for her first strikeout of the day. Bentigan ready to receive. Pitch is in. Swing and a miss. That's going to be the first K of the day for your Wildcats and Ashley Laver. She has 29 strikeouts on the year, and so we'll see if she can rack up a couple more throughout this game. So now up to bat is going to be Kylie Imada for the Yellow Jackets. Senior, another senior, hitting .315, has appeared in 21 games and once again started all of them. So she is a righty batter. First pitch to her. That one's going to be outside, ball number 1. Laver released that one just a little bit outside. Got to bring it over the plate a little bit more. 1-0 count, 1 out as well. First baseman and third baseman both playing in front of the bag. Here comes the next pitch. Popped up over the right side. Is going to be the first baseman making the grab right behind the first base bag. That one's going to be Brooke Jordan, the number 3 hitter for your Wildcats. Now there is 2 outs in this inning. Labor making quick work of this Yellow Jackets lineup here in the second inning. So now coming up is Lauren Blaszek, a junior, who is playing shortstop, not hitting the greatest this year at 200 so far, and has appeared in all 24 games. Here comes the first pitch to Blaszek. Also a righty hitter. That one's going to be a little bit outside. Ball number 1. Umpire Joe Mihalik doesn't seem to be liking the outside pitches too much today. We will learn his strike zone as we go, though. Here comes the next pitch from Laver. That one's going to be a little bit low and outside, but they're going to call it a strike, so 1-1 counts. Wildcats looking to keep this game tied going into the bottom of the seconds. Laver getting ready to deal. Pitch is out. That one's foul, tipped back to the fence, so it's going to be 1-2 count now, looking for her second strikeout if she can get it. Maybe a good idea to pitch off the plate here, trying to get a swing and a miss happening. Nobody on. Laver awaits the call. She gets it. She deals. That one's high, and she does exactly that, but not getting the swing and the miss. Good patience there by Blaszek. Blaszek has struck out 9 times this year. We can see if we can bring that number to double digits. Here comes the pitch. And that one's hit right up the middle, past Ashley Laver, almost catches her a little bit, stuck out her glove, not able to grab it. That is going to be a base hit for Blaszek. Good patience there to find the pitch she likes. Laver left that one right over the plate, and it's just drilled up the middle. Now coming up next, it is going to be first baseman Jaslyn Kale Uhavehi. Apologies if that is pronounced wrong.
Number 28, Jaslyn Kale-Uhavehi.
So now first pitch. That one's inside, and it's going to be ball number 1. Big jump from Blaszek over at first base. We'll see if there's any pickoffs thrown over to Brooke Jordan to try to keep her closer. Kalahubehi is hitting at a clip of 333 on the air. That one's going to be a swing and a miss. So 1-1 count now. Has appeared in 19 games, started 18 of them, has 4 home runs on the year, 8 RBIs. Yellow Jackets are a hard-hitting team. Their pitching seems to be their issue throughout most of the year. Next pitch, as the runner gets an aggressive jump, that one's going to be a ball. 2-1 count now. Kalahuvehi back into the box. Runner's not leading off yet at first. In a bit of a runner stance, here comes the next pitch, and that one's going to be outside. So bringing it to a 3-1 count, trying to avoid putting runners at first and second and advancing one into scoring position. Ashley Laver, 3-1 pitch. Here it comes. That one's going to be outside. Ball number 4. Runner will go to first, and other runner will advance to seconds. So now coming up next, it is going to be Claire Bagnell, the right fielder, number 8 hitter. 292 hitting on the year, 24 at-bats, has 7 hits in those at-bats, and 2 doubles. A couple of RBIs for her, too, on the year, 370 on base percentage. See if she can draw a walk or get something to load up these bases. 2 outs, and a bunt is being showed. She's going to pull it back. That one's going to be a swing and a miss. Good pitch there by Laver. Sent in the heater there, 0-1 count now. Laver adjusting on the mound. Kalahuvehi at first. That one's going to be another swing and a miss. And then over at second base is going to be Lauren Blaszek. Quick 0-2 count now to Bagnell. Looks like she's showing the bunt once again on an 0-2 count is bold. Here it comes. She's going to pull it back. That one's going to be high. We're going to get a check down to the umpires, and they're going to say she did not go. So 1-2 count as that pitch was in very high from Laver. Liver trying to, you got to imagine she's trying to get Bagnell swinging, showing bunt once again. She has pulled it back every single time. She will do it again. That one's going to be a strike three looking second K on the day for Ashley Laver. 0-0 heading into the bottom of the inning. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. We are back underway for this bottom of the second inning of play. Coming up to bat for your Wildcats is going to be number 4 hitter and your catcher, Alyssa Bentagon. It is still going to be Caitlin James on the mound. So, here comes the first pitch to Bentagon. That one's going to be a little bit high, so it's going to be ball number 1 to Bentagon. Bentagon on the air, hitting .281 on the season, 64 at-bats, 18 hits, no home runs for any of the Wildcats in your starting lineup, but 5 RBIs for Bentagon. Second pitch, that one's in. That one's going to be low and outside, ball number 2. Bentagon, another senior for your Wildcats. There are only 2 juniors in your lineup. The rest will be seniors. Here comes the next pitch, 2-0. That one's going to be outside. Ball number 3. Quick 3-0 count to Bentagon, looking to draw this walk. If you're going to walk anybody, you would want it to be the cleanup hitter. Following up, Bentagon will be Sasha Mitchell. Here comes the 4th pitch to Bentagon. 3-0 pitch coming from James. That one's going to be right down the middle. Strike number 1, 3-1 counts. Awaiting the next pitch. Caitlin James gets sets. She deals. That one's going to be foul tipped out of play, so good job by James to reel this 3-0 count back up to 3-2 within grasp. Full counts. Nobody out, nobody on. Bentagon led off this inning. We'll see what she does with it. And that's going to be a ball number 4. That one looked like it might have just dropped in, but umpire will say it was high. So a leadoff runner for your Wildcats, something we have not had yet today. Sasha Mitchell now coming up to bat, 240 on the season. She has had 25 at-bats and has gotten 6 hits in those 24 at-bats. Or 25 at-bats, my apologies. So first pitch to Mitchell. Mitchell, one of the 2 juniors on this starting lineup today. That one's going to be outside, ball number 1. Mitchell has appeared in 12 games this year and started in 8 of them. So the newest or second newest starter for your Wildcats, behind Serena Perez. Second pitch. That one's hit over down the third base line. That one's going to be in play. It's going to be Bentagon staying at second, and a base hit for, it was Sasha Mitchell, who is now over at first base. Off that base hit, just drilled it right down the third base line. Myron Penny for the Yellow Jackets not able to reel it in. So runners at first and second, nobody out, as a lefty hitter coming up for your Wildcats is going to be center fielder Jillian Hampson. Started in 19 games, and those are the only appearances she has had all year. Jillian Hampson, another senior, hitting .260 on the year. Very low batting stance. This one's off, and it's going to be high and inside, ball number 1. Caitlin James struggling to find the strike zone right now, and when she does, it has been smacked by the Wildcats. 1-0 counts. Pitch from James. That one's going to be strike number 1, catches the outside edge of the strike zone. Jillian Hampson showed great pole power there, just driving it down the third base line, advancing a runner to second. This one's going to be hit up to the second baseman. It's going to be a double play. It looks like if they can get it off in time, but they cannot. So it'll be Jillian Hampson making her way to first base as Bentagon gets to third, but not before Sasha Mitchell gets caught up at second base. So runners on the corners now for your Wildcats. All we have to do is avoid this double play and an opportunity to bring in our first run of the game. So now it's going to be Lainey Kaisner, another senior, 220 on the year, appeared in 19 games, has started all of those, 68 bats and 15 hits. First pitch to her. That one's going to be strike number one. That one was a good one for Kaisner if she chose to pull the trigger, but she chooses to wait for a better pitch. We will see if she gets it. 0-1 count. That one's high and inside. Looked like she was starting to get a running start on that swing, but will not swing at all. 1-1 count. We'll see if we have a little bit of movement with Jillian Hampson over at first base. Open spot over at second. Bunt is being showed by Lainey Kaisner. That one is going to be pulled back, I believe, as it's 2-1 count. Hampson still over at first. Bunt being showed. Lainey Kaisner pulls the bunt back, and she's going to hit it over to the shortstop, who's going to bobble and get it over to second base, but not until she is safe. So runner will stay at third base. Bases are now loaded for your Wildcats, as it's going to be the number 8 hitter, Kate Hopkins, the right fielder, hitting .230 on the year, has 6 RBIs on the season as well. So this is not a new spot for her.
Number 3, right fielder Kate Hopkins.
Kate Hopkins, righty batter. Bases are loaded with 1 out. She's going to foul tip that one out of play. And so it is going to be a quick 0-1 count. Caitlin James, 4-10 on the year, has started 12 out of her 18 games and completed 8 of them. First, that one's hit up the middle, and it's going to be a diving play by the shortstop, and she's going to grab the ball, and they're not going to say she is out, as it looked like she bobbled the ball, was on the bag, but couldn't quite get possession of it. So runner is safe. A runner will score at home, that being Bentagon. So a 1-0 lead for your Wildcats here in the bottom of the second with more work to be done. That was an amazing stop by the second baseman, Kylie Amata. She tried to flip it to the shortstop, Lauren Blaszczyk, but Blaszczyk could not quite maintain possession of it, resulting in a Wildcat run.
Number 15, left fielder Carson Decker.
Number 9 hitter Carson Decker will be up next. As it looks like the quick mound visit from their catcher, Kaylin Galvin, as she makes her way back behind home plate. As I said, it is Carson Decker, another junior in the lineup for your Wildcats, hitting .260 on the year, 15 hits and 58 at-bats, has a just above 300 on-base percentage, able to draw a little bit of walks this year as well. Pitch is underway. That one's hit up the middle. Shortstop will have another opportunity at it. Flips over to second base, tries to get the double play, but not before Carson Decker is there. So another run will score for your Wildcats, too, making it 2-0. So that's going to be an RBI for the junior. Back up at the top of the order, it's going to be McKenna King. She led off today's game.
Number 6, second baseman McKenna King.
First pitch to King. That one's going to be a floater, and it's going to be high. A little bit of a check down to first base from Kaylin Galvin, trying to keep the runner close. So 2 outs. Wildcats looking to get a couple more runs on the board before we go into this top of the third. Comes the second pitch. That one's going to be outside. A little bit of a check swing, but good job by King to hold it back. Carson Decker over at first base. We'll see if she pulls the trigger on a steal. She is 1 for 2 on steals on the year. Kaylin Galvin has been keeping a close eye on her as that one's hits down the third base line, but it's going to be just outside of it. Bringing it to a 2-1 count now for McKenna King. Only 2 RBIs on the season for her in her 19 games, on base percentage of .299 and an average of .258. Here comes the next pitch to King. That one's going to be high as well. 3-1 counts. Three 1 pitch coming King's way. Runner takes off. It's going to be Carson Decker, and so she's going to be 2 for 3 on steals in the air, but it'll actually be a walk. So bases are loaded once again for the Wildcats. Now it'll be Serena Perez coming up to bat, one of our most consistent hitters on the year. It is very limited at-bats compared to everyone else, and 13 at-bats, hitting .308 compared to everyone else in about the 50 to 60 range. We'll see if she can still stay true to that average. First pitch. That one's hit over to left field. It's going back, and that one's going to be off the wall. Runners will come home. It looks like it's going to be all 3 runners coming home, and it's going to be a 3 RBI double for Serena Perez. That was more RBIs than she had all year. Only 1 on the year so far. She adds 3 to that tally. So we're going to have ourselves, looks like a 5-0 ball game so far, early to start for your Wildcats. Serena Perez showing a lot of power there. I thought that one might have carried over the fence. So now it's going to be number 3 hitter Brooke Jordan coming to try to follow up what Perez just did. Perez is over at second base in scoring position. So Brooke into the box, and she's going to take pitch number 1, and it's going to be called strike number 1. So Wildcats with a bit of a 2-out rally there. Bases were loaded, but no problem for Serena Perez. 0-1 pitch coming our way. That one's going to be, looks like a strike as well, and it will be 0-2 count now to Perez, or to Jordan Brooke. Here comes the next pitch. That one's going to be a swing and a miss to get the Yellow Jackets off the field and bringing the bats up for MSUB. A big inning for your Wildcats, putting 5 runs up on the board. We'll be back in just a minute for the top of the 3rd. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. Following a big second inning from your Cats, it is a 5-0 lead heading into the top of the 3rd. It'll still be Ashley Laver on the mound for your Wildcats. As up for the Yellow Jackets, it looks like it is going to be, can't quite tell the number. I believe it would be, we will wait. Give us just a second. First pitch is in, and that one's going to be a check swing that they call a strike, and it's going to be number 28. Malia Caven, 26, my apologies. She is going to round off the first round of this order for MSUB. She is hitting .333 on the year. That one is going to be a check swing once again. Did she go? We have an appeal down to third base. They're going to say that she didn't, I believe. So it's a 1-1 count now. First pitch a strike. Second one was a ball. Malia Caven bats lefty, throws lefty, awaiting this pitch. Going to foul it off over the dugout of the Wildcats, so 1-2 count now. Malia Caven, a sophomore, as I said, hitting .333, has appeared in 16 games, started 14 of them, 12 hits in 36 at-bats, and 2 RBIs. Just under 400 on her on-base percentage. Here comes the next pitch. That one's hit over to third base side, and it's going to be under the legs of Serena Perez as she's not able to maintain it. Luckily for us, bounces off her cleat and goes over to our shortstop to make to at least reel it in. So good job there by Lainey Kaisner to keep that from going into the outfield and keeping a runner over at first base. So now back over to the top of the order, Kaylin Galvin, the catcher, leading off the order. So third baseman and first baseman playing well in front of their bags. Runner gets an aggressive jump, and they're going to bunt it, and they're going to throw it down to second base. That one's going to be off the glove. And now runner takes off for third base. Center fielder reels it in, so runners on the corners now. Not how you want to follow up a big 5-run inning. Lucky for the Wildcats, we have a big buffer now, but nobody out. Runners on the corners. That was an amazing bunt from Kaylin Galvin. She dropped it right in front of home plate, and it was a difficult throw for Bentagon to make over to second base, and it was just a little bit wide right. So now that'll be Cavan over at first base and Cavan over at third base and Galvin over at third. Next pitch from Ashley Laver. That one's going to be showed, but once again, runner takes off, but Bentagon's going to hold it. So now both runners in scoring position with nobody out. The Yellow Jackets are looking to play aggressive here, down by 5. Tegan Seaton is the batter now, a sophomore for the Yellow Jackets, leading their team in average just below 400. She was showing bunt a minute ago. She's not going to show it this time. This is going to be ball number, it's strike number 1. That one looked a little bit inside, so it's going to be strike number 2. That call will go in favor of your Wildcats, 0-2 counts. Third baseman playing in front of the bag, so was the first baseman. This is something we've seen from the Wildcats all day. Next pitch in, that one's way high over the glove of Bentagon. And so that one is going to be reeled in, thankful for these short backstops. So, 1-2 counts. Seaton back into the batter's box, righty batter. 27 hits in 68 at-bats. That one's going to be just inside. Thought that one could have gone the Wildcats' way, but instead it's going to be ball number 2. 2-2 count now. Nine appearances so far on the year for Ashley Laver. Has started 8 of them as that one's foul tipped, keeping it 2-2. Wildcats still searching for their first out of the inning. None to their name just yet. Laver makes her way back to the mound. Perez is coming in close once again. Wildcat outfielders playing deep, keeping everything in front of them. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That one's hit deep over to left field. That one is crushed, and it's going to be over the fence. That one's going to be a 3-run bomb from Tegan Seaton, her 10th home run of the year, putting her in double digits. That one was just crushed. A mistake by Ashley Laver just left that one right over the plate. That one was too easy for Seaton. So a quick start to the inning for the Yellow Jackets. 3 runs, and there is still nobody out. So we were going to be on to the number 3 hitter in the lineup, lefty Alexis Tovar. So that one was just absolutely demolished over the left field wall. Alexis Tovar listed as a righty hitter, but she is batting lefty here. First one is in, and it is going to be ball number 1. Tovar is a freshman on the year, hitting .344 as a freshman. That is amazing work. So 1-0. Pitch in. Hit up to center field. It's going to be caught by your Wildcats. It is going to be Jillian Hampson who got underneath it, the senior. So that is your first out of the inning, a desperate one needed from the Wildcats.
Number 21, third baseman, Marin Penny.
Marin Penny coming up to bat now. .324 on the year. If she gets on base, she has speed. She is 4 for 4 on the year for stealing. Nobody on, 1 out. Pitch is in, and that one's going to be outside, and it's not going to be called. That one a bit more outside than the other ones that have not been called most of today, but we are learning the outside part of the zone is not the spot you want to attack with this umpire. Next pitch is in. That one's a bit more over the plate, but too high that time. So 2-0 counts. Wildcat outfielders playing deep, as I mentioned a little bit ago, trying to keep everything in front of them, but Not much you can do when Tegan Seaton is hitting bombs over your head. That one's going to be very inside, and 3-0 count now almost catches a piece of Tovar, or of Penny. 3-0 count. Looking to get back into this count. Don't want to leave anything right over the middle, though. We've seen what the Yellow Jackets have been able to do with those balls. This one is going to be right over the middle and strike number 1. So 3-1 now as it's Laver looking to work her way back into this count. Nobody on base to distract her. Only the batter in front of her. 3-1 pitch. Foul tipped. Worked back into this count to perfection. 3-2 now. See if she can get this batter out of here to bring 2 outs onto the board and Kylie Amata up to bat. Amata is on deck for now, though, as the 3-2 pitch is about to come. Laver is set. She deals. That one's going to be a strike number 3 looking. That is the 3rd K of the day for Laver, as the Wildcats will be able to toss that one around the infield a little bit. So now, as I mentioned a little bit ago, Kylie Amata up to bat. Good job by Laver to persevere after that 3-run bomb from Seaton. She's able to reel it back in and get a couple of outs to keep us in this game. 5-3 ball game. First pitch. This one is going to be high and inside. So 1-0 count to Imada. Imada, a senior, hitting .315 on the year. Awaiting the next pitch is Imada. She's going to get it, and that one's going to be ball number 2. Beautiful day here in Ellensburg. Barely any clouds in the sky. Great day for a little bit of softball. Here comes the next pitch from Laver. That one's going to be a swing and a miss right on the outside edge of the plate. Not able to make any contact with it. 2-1 counts. Laver will retreat back to the mound. Middle infield playing about equal with second base. Corner infielders playing in, and that's going to be ball number 3. 3-1 count now to Imada. On deck is Lauren Blaszek. We will see if she gets an opportunity to bat this inning. 3-1. Here it comes. That one's going to be a swing and a foul tip off the inner part of the bat. It's going to be right back to the fence, back to a full count. A little bit of action in the bullpen for the Yellow Jackets. Looks like one pitcher warming up as we speak. Next pitch, full count pitch. That one's hit deep to left field, but it's going to be pulled foul. So we will stay full once again. Ball here would advance a runner to first. A strike would result in the Wildcats coming up to bat in the top of the bottom of the 3rd. Full count. Ashley Laver looking to get the Wildcats to the bottom of the inning. And she's going to get it. Contact over to the left center gap. It's going to be caught by the left fielder, Carson Decker, to get us out of this inning. Not before 3 runs are put on the board thanks to a Tegan Seaton bomb over to left field. But it is 5-3 going into the bottom of the 3. Your Wildcats looking to extend that lead. Welcome back, Wildcats. The score is 5-3 here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Your Wildcats lead thanks to a bases clearing double where the bases were loaded in the third or the second inning for your Wildcats. Brought in 3 runs after already scoring 2. Then a 3-run homer from Tegan Seaton. Up to bat now is Alyssa Bentingen. This one's drilled up the middle, and it's going to be going to the center fielder. That's going to be a base hit for Bentingen. So now, that is 2 for 2 on the day for Bentingen. Now it's going to be designated player Sasha Mitchell hitting .240 on the year. One of 2 juniors, as I mentioned earlier. So a quick runner at first. That one was just smoked up the middle by our catcher. First pitch in. That one's going to be hanging, and it's going to drop into the strike zone. So 0-1 count. Bentingen over at first base. Here comes the pitch to Mitchell. That one's going to be a swing and a miss just outside. She tried to go reaching for that one, not able to get any contact on it. She is our second newest starter as she has played in 12 games, started in 8. This one is drilled over to left field, and it's going to be into the glove of Malia Cavan. That one was a line drive, was not in the air for long. Cavan barely even had to move for that one. Nothing to shake your head about there from Sasha Mitchell. That was amazing contact. Just got to get a little bit more underneath it. So now coming up for your Wildcats is going to be Jillian Hampson, the center fielder. Her first pitch. That one's going to be ball number 1. Both teams seeming to get a little bit more comfortable with the pitchers in front of them so far. Ashley Laver allowing 3 runs so far. Caitlin James allowing 5. Here comes the first pitch, or second pitch. That one's drilled up the middle, and it's going to be past the shortstop and second baseman. Wildcats will have runners at first and second now with 1 out. Bentingen advances over to a scoring position. We'll see if it can be Lainey Kaisner to drive in something into the outfield and bring her in. It looks like some substitutions now. We're going to have a pinch runner for Bentingen as she is in scoring position.
Running at second base for the Wildcats, number 7, T.K. Kai.
So T.K. Kai, if you were able to hear there, will be substituting over at second base for the catcher Bentingen. So now showing bunt is Kaisner. Kaisner will choose to check swing instead. They're going to call ball number 1. So T.K. Kai coming in for Bentingen to be the pinch runner, has a lot more speed, looking if we can drive her in. Showing bunt is Kaisner. She's going to pull it back. She's going to swing and foul tips it, but not before it goes behind the dish. So 1-1 count now. Caitlin James looking to keep that runner from advancing anywhere near home plate, as that can make it a 3-run deficit. Corner infielders playing in. Kaisner showing bunt. Pulls it back. She swings. That one's going to be plopped into left field. Looking into the sun is going to be caught by Cavan. She was fighting the sun a little bit there. Put her hand up to try to block it out. No issue, though. So that's going to be 2 outs now with runners on first and second. It's going to be Kate Hopkins, our right fielder, coming up to bat. The righty steps into the box. First pitch to Hopkins. It's coming our way. And it's drilled down the third base line, but an easy snag, and she just steps on the bag. Great job there by Marin Penny to get the Yellow Jackets out of the bottom of the 3rd inning. Their bats will be up in just a second for the top of the 4th, where they trail 3-5. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. Alyssa Benthagen has checked back into the game for the pinch runner that happened a little bit ago. TK Kai was the one who came in for her, but nothing amounted from it as the runner stayed at second base. So now it's going to be number 7 shortstop Lauren Blaszczyk coming up to bat. So Blaszczyk awaiting the first pitch. It is still Laver in the game for your Wildcats, as the first one is going to be inside and low. Ball number 1 to Blaszczyk. Blaszczyk reached base last time, and when she does get on base, she is dangerous. 200 average, but 6 for 7 stealing. That one's popped up. It may be still in play, and it's going to be the first baseman getting under it. Good play and good communication there from the Wildcats to not run into each other. Brooke Jordan with the catch. And the first out of the inning coming up now is going to be their first baseman, Jaslyn Kalihuvehi. Apologies once again. More I say it, the better I will get at it. Here comes Kalihuvehi up to bat. So first pitch to her. That one's going to be just on the outside, but catches the edge of the strike zone. So strike number 1. Kalihuvehi hitting .333 on the year, 19 games played and 18 games started. This one's going to be outside once again, almost in the same spot, and they're going to say it was in the same spot. Strike number 2, 0-2 count. We haven't seen much of that being called today. The outside of the strike zone, outer edge of the strike zone, if I say, has not been the umpire's sweet spot, but this inning he is feeling it. 0-2 count, 1 out. Next pitch. That one is way high. Good patience there to hold back on the swing. It's going to be 1-2 now. Kalihuvehi has 4 home runs on the year, 8 RBIs, .430 on base percentage. Next pitch to her. That one's going to be high and outside. Ball number 2. Great velocity there from Laver, but no swing there. Kalihuvehi stepping back into the box now, awaiting the 2-2 pitch. Wildcats are ready. Here it comes. That's a swing and a miss. Another K on the day for Laver. Wildcats once again throwing this one around, as now coming up to bat for the Yellow Jackets is going to be right fielder Claire Bagnell. Bagnell hitting .292 on the year. See if she can get on base here to keep this inning alive for the Yellow Jackets. Ashley Laver, already above her average, her ERA of 2.46. Showing bunt, pulls it back. That one's going to be ball number 1. 3-5 is still the score as time is called, and now we are back under play. So, Laver back up to the mound. Bunt is being showed again from Bagnell. She pulls it back. That's going to be directly down the middle. Strike number 1. 1-1 count. A little bit of a delayed call there from Blue. Something I've noticed for most of the game. It looks like we might. No, we will not. I thought we may have some movement in the pen for the Wildcats. Instead, it is just movement out of the dugout. Here comes the next pitch. Bunt being showed again. Now pulls it back and swings, and that one's going to be a foul tip. 1-2 count. Benthagen goes and retreats that one. Wildcat outfielders playing fairly deep. The right fielder seems to be in a little bit more than everyone else, but for the infielders, they are about middle. Here comes the next pitch. That one's going to be outside. Ball number 2, 2-2 count. Seen a couple errors on the day over on the third base side, Serena Perez, but she also has a couple RBIs to her name as well. 3 RBIs to be exact, following her 3 RBI double. Bunt is being showed again. Swing and a miss. That's another strikeout for Laver. I believe that's 5 on the day now for her, as that's going to end the top of the 4th inning. Wildcats will go into the bottom of the 4th with a 2-run. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. 3-5 is the score with your Wildcats leading. 2-run lead so far. Leading off the inning for your Wildcats is going to be Carson Decker. Lefty batter, throws righty, 260 average. First pitch here. That one's going to be bunted, but not going to be in play. It is still Caitlin James on the mound for the Yellow Jackets. She has allowed 5 runs. Her ERA is 5.3, so just under her ERA, while Ashley Laver is just above hers. Hers is 2.4 runs. For the Yellow Jackets is at 3. Second pitch. Showing bunt again. She misses it that time, so it's 0-2 count. Carson Decker, lefty, steps back into the box. 1-1 pitch. Bunts it, and this one's going to be caught from the third baseman on the bunt. She anticipated that, ran in, and just snagged it. That was Marin Penny, the senior. So it's going to be the first out of the inning for the Yellow Jackets. Coming up now is going to be the top of the order, McKenna King, our second baseman. So King, the righty, steps into the box, awaiting Caitlin James' pitch. Nobody on and 1 out. First pitch is fouled off, out of play. That's sent way behind us. So 0-1 count now to King. King hitting 260 on the year. Couple of RBIs to her name as well. 300 on base percentage. The pitch is here, and it is going to be a strike number 2. No, they're not going to call it. That one looked like it was right down the middle. Maybe a little bit high for King's height. So 1-1 now. Comes the pitch from James. That one's going to be called a strike. 1-2 count. Outside of the plate, becoming a little bit more open for home plate umpire Joe Mihalik. 1-2 pitch. Hit over the shortstop into the left center gap. What a drive by King. She's going to round first, looking to go to second. And she's going to be in there standing. Big 1-out double from your leadoff batter, McKenna King. Coming up now will be Serena Perez. She came in big earlier, had a big 3 RBI double. So runner in scoring position for her now, has an opportunity to bring this lead up to 3. It stood at 5 at one point. It's now down to 2. So the righty Perez is into the box. Caitlin James looking for her pitch. She finds it. Here it is. That one's going to be a little bit inside. They're going to call ball number 1. So 1-0 count. McKenna King coming up big in that last at-bats. That one was just smoked into the left center gap. Next pitch. That one's also going to be up to center field, but that's going to be out number 2. And McKenna King tries to tag up, but she is going to stay. Probably the smart decision, as she looked like she was most likely going to be out there if she sent it all the way. So now number 18, Brooke Jordan, your first baseman for your Wildcats. Bats lefty, throws righty. 280 on the year. She steps into the batter's box. First pitch from James. That one's high, so it's going to be ball number 1. Good take there from Brooke. Runners still on second for your Wildcats. Do not want to leave runners in scoring position. 1-0 pitch. That one's hit over to the second baseman. Second baseman's going to drive in on it, flip over to first base, and she's going to get it. So it is going to be the Wildcats leaving a runner stranded on second base, going into the top of the 5th inning, still with a 3-5 lead. Don't go anywhere, Wildcat fans. It is getting good. Welcome back in, Wildcat fans here on the CW Athletics live stream. It is going to be still the same pitcher for the Wildcats, Ashley Laver, as now it is Malia Caven, the number 9 hitter for the Yellow Jackets. Looking to bring up the top of this order that has been so deadly for the Yellow Jackets earlier. Had Tegan Seaton driving a 3-run bomb to left field. That was hit over to the third base, and what a play by the Wildcats! That one was tipped off Serena Perez's glove into the shortstop's glove, and waited to be there for Lainey Kaisner. She just was off there, off the deflection. That was one of the crazier plays I've seen recently. Wow. So some teamwork there for the Wildcats. Gets the first out of the inning, courtesy of Serena Perez with the assist and Lainey Kaisner with the finish. So next pitch now to the top of the order is going to be ball number 1, catcher Kaylin Galvin. So Ashley Laver with the first pitch in as a ball number 1. We will see what she does here with pitch number 2. 1-0 pitch. That one's going to catch the outside edge of the zone. 1-1 counts. Tegan Seaton on deck. Got to imagine Wildcats want to keep as many runners off of base for her when she's up to bat, as that one's going to be drilled over the shortstop. That one's going to hit the ground, though. Going to try to get the throw there, and it's not going to happen. Good hustle there from Kaylin Galvin, the catcher. A little bit of a juggle there at third base from Lainey Kaisner. So now it is going to be the dangerous hitter. Tegan Seaton has 10 home runs on the year now and 22 RBIs. Seaton has showed plenty of power. 1 out. Got to imagine Wildcats are going to be trying to pitch low to her, trying to draw this double play. Pitch is low, and that's going to be ball number 1. So 1 out, 1-0 count to the Yellow Jackets center fielder. She is a sophomore. One of 2 sophomores in the lineup. 1-0 pitch. That one's down the middle, popped up. Is it going to be out of play? First baseman's going to take a look at it. And they're going to say, I can't quite see. She was out of my view, but they're going to say that she got it. So that is going to be a big timeout for the Wildcats, getting one of the most dangerous threats on this field into the dugouts. So it's going to be their number 3 hitter, Alexis Tovar, the only freshman in their lineup. 344 on the year, hitting lefty. Wildcats trying to get out of this inning with yet another 0 on the scoreboard. That one's going to be low and in the dirt. Good snag there from Bentigan. So 1-0 count now. 2 outs. Runner on first base. Runner is Kaylin Galvin. Next pitch. That one's going to be a little bit outside. Ball number 1 or ball number 2. Ashley Laver back to the mound, awaiting the call. She gets the call. Here comes the pitch. That one's going to be a little bit high, a little bit outside. Ball number 3, quick 3-0 count here to the number 3 hitter. Marin Penny is on deck, the senior for the Yellow Jackets, hitting .320 on the year. We will see if she gets an opportunity to bat this inning. 3-0. That one's going to be outside. Ball. Oh, they're going to call that one a strike. I don't know if I completely agree with that call. That one seemed low and outside, but that's going to keep Tovar in the batter's box. We've seen Laver work back into these counts earlier. Can she do it again? 3-1. That one is high, and it is not going to happen. Going to advance a runner over to second base. So it's going to be Galvin over to second and Tovar to first.
Third baseman, Marin Penny.
Third baseman Marin Penny stepping into the box now. She is the cleanup hitter for today's game for the Yellow Jackets. Blue gives Laver the signal. Here comes the pitch from Laver. First one. That one's going to be strike number 1. Good pitch in there on the hands of Penny. Penny herself also has a couple home runs on the season. 3 home runs. Tied for third on her team. That one's going to be inside as well. It's going to be ball number 1. 1-1 count, just a bit more inside than the last pitch. Laver awaits the next call for the pitch. She gets it. Here it comes. That one's popped up into center field. High fly ball, and it's going to be caught. The Wildcats will get out of this inning. 0 on the scoreboard. Once again, 3-5 is the score as the Wildcats lead by 2. Welcome back in, Wildcat fans. 5-3 is the score, where the Wildcats are leading here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Leading off the inning is going to be Alyssa Benthagen for your Wildcats. This has been 2 for 2 on the day. We'll see if she can make that 3 for 3 to continue her successful day. Still Caitlin James pitching for the Yellow Jackets. Pitches in. That one's going to be on the outside edge of the plate. Strike number 1. It looked like a little bit of a change up there from James. The velocity was different from what we have been seeing from her today. 0-1 count. That was hit into the right center gap. The center fielder is going to try to get to it, but it's over the head. It's going to be a single for Benthagen. That one was smacked over the center fielder's head of Tegan Seaton. Not a great angle from Seaton there. So now it's going to be Sasha Mitchell up to bat now. She is our designated player for today's game. She's hitting .240 on the year as she's awaiting her first pitch of this at-bat. Here it comes. That one's hit over the head of the shortstop, just over her glove. Benthagen will go to second, and it's going to be Sasha Mitchell over at first base. So a couple strings of base hits for your Wildcats. We'll see if we can continue that streak. Up next now is going to be our center fielder, Jillian Hampson. Hampson, the lefty, steps into the batter's box, waiting James' pitch. Wildcats looking for a couple more insurance runs to get on this board before we get later in this game. Pitch is in, and that one's going to be strike number 1. Drops in the top of the strike zone. Wildcats have started to figure out James a little bit. Nobody out, runners on first and second. That one's going to be a check swing. It's going to be in the dirt, but they're going to say she did not go on the appeal down to third base. Third base umpire Steven Anderson says she did not go, and we are back with pitches to home. Here it comes from James. That one's going to be hit over to second base side. Opportunity for a double play. They're going to try to get it. They're only going to get the runner at second, though, so that's going to be Sasha Mitchell out. Benthagen advances to third, and it's going to be Jillian Hampson over to first base. So now coming up for your Wildcats is going to be shortstop Lainey Kaisner following her impressive play last inning. No balls, no strikes, a 1 runner out. So it's going to be showing bunt is Kaisner. She's going to pull it back now. That one's going to be strike number 1. Catches the edge of the plate. Started to get a little bit of a running start there on her swing. I've noticed her do that a couple times now. 0-1 count. Showing bunt once again. Imagine she will pull it back. And she does. Here comes the pitch. That one's hit up the middle, and that's going to be perfect. The bunt worked beautifully as the shortstop had to go over to the side. And that's going to be a wild throw as it's going to be Hampson over to third base, and she's safe. So runners at first and third now following a base hit up the middle and caught the shortstop leaning over to the third base side, and Hampson was able to drive it near to where the shortstop would be, but she could not get there in time. So It's going to be a score as well, with your Wildcats bumping up that lead to 3. Caitlin James, got to imagine, is getting a little bit flustered now. Not a good throw in either, which led to Jillian Hampson getting over to third base. First pitch as Lainey Kaisner takes off for second base. Throw is down, and she's going to be in there diving head first, and she is safe. Runners in scoring position now for your Wildcats. Lainey Kaisner is now 7 for 8 on the year for steals. So 1 ball, no strikes, and 1 out. As right now is Kate Hopkins. Hopkins looking to drive in a couple runs. That one's going to be a little bit outside. Ball number 2. Strong start to the 5th inning for your Wildcats. 1 run on the board so far, 2 in scoring position. Only 1 out. James with the pitch. That one's going to be high, bringing it to ball number 3. 3-0 count. Looking to load up these bases are your Wildcats. On deck is going to be number 9 hitter Carson Decker. Here comes the pitch to Hopkins. Hopkins awaits. That one's going to be a strike, number 1. I think she knew that one. That one was dead center, pretty much. And so now 3-1 counts. See if Caitlin James can work back into this count. Here comes the 3-1. That one's hit down the first base line. It's going to bounce off the bag, and it's going to stay in play as 2 runners come home for your Wildcats on an interesting single there from Kate Hopkins. It was driven down the first base line, bounced off the bag, and just was sitting in the air for quite some time and allowed 2 runners to come in, and Kate Hopkins could get into first safely. So now, as I mentioned a little bit ago, it'll be Carson Decker coming up to bat. A little bit of a mound visit from the Yellow Jackets here, as now they are down by 5 once again. We're once trailing 5-0, now we're trailing 8-3. Mound visit is going on here as Carson Decker is approaching the batter's box, hitting .260 on the year as a junior, one of 2 juniors in today's lineup along with Sasha Mitchell. 15 hits and 58 opportunities, .293 slugging percentage, and .306 on base percentage. Umpire comes up to break the meeting. It'll be Kaylin Galvin coming back to home plate, and the rest of the Yellow Jackets back to their respective positions. So it should be a new count here for Carson Decker. So first pitch for Decker. That one's going to be high. Big jump there from Kate Hopkins over at first base. Carson Decker awaiting the second pitch now. Hit over to left field. Is it going to drop before the outfielder gets to it? And it's going to be a sliding play. What a grab there from Malia Cavan. So that's going to bring it to 2 outs on the inning for the Yellow Jackets. And now it's going to be back up to the top of the order. McKenna King, .258 on the year. King had a big drive earlier. She's a 1 for 2 on the day. Next pitch. That one's going to be high. And it's going to be ball number 1 to King. Has a runner at first if she wants to send one into the gap, see if Kate Hopkins can find her way home here with 2 outs, 1-0 count. That one's hit up in the air. It looks like it's behind the second baseman's head, but she will get to it. So a good play there from Kylie Amata as the Wildcats have another big inning, 3 runs on the board here in the 5th for your Wildcats, making it an 8-3 lead going into the top of the 6th. Don't go anywhere, folks. Game so far. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. Here in the top of the sixth, 8-3 is the score. Yellow Jackets coming up to bat now.
Leading off the top of the
So it's going to be Ashley Laver still in the lineup for your Wildcats. She will be on the mound. So now it's going to be number 19, Kylie Amata. First pitch to her. That one's going to be ball. So ball number 1 to Amata. Amata hitting .315 on the year. 2 more innings of work for the Wildcats to get out of here if we can keep this score at 8-3. That one's hit high, fly ball to left field, and it's going to be caught. Good job there from Carson Decker to get under that one facing into the sun. Wildcats throw it around once again. Ashley Laver with a quick first out here in this inning. Number 7, the shortstop coming up now, Lauren Blashick.
shortstop, Lauren Blashick.
So Blashick steps up into the box now, righty batter. Comes the pitch from Laver. Laver deals. That's going to be a check swing, and she went. But it's going to be off her bat. Throws it down to first, and she's going to be out. Good job there from Laver to recover quickly and get that. Showed the check swing, but it went off the bat and was essentially just a bunt. So now coming up for the Yellow Jackets once again is going to be Jaslyn Kalahuvehi. So Kalahuvehi is stepping into the box now. First pitch. Swing and a miss. A heater from Laver. Kalahuvehi was behind that one. Kalahuvehi into the box once again. 0-1 count. Laver awaiting the call. She will get it. Here comes the pitch. Way outside that time. It's going to be a 1-1. Trying to get Kalahuvehi to swing there. Kalahuvehi is their first baseman today, is hitting .333 on the year, has started in 18 of the 19 games she has appeared in. Here's the pitch. That one's going to be strike number 2, so it's going to be a 1-2 count. One-two count coming back to Kalahuvehi. Here comes the pitch from Laver, looking for another strikeout. She's not going to get it. That one was a little bit high, trying to get the batter to swing, but she will not. Back up to the box. Laver's still looking for another strikeout. 2 outs can get us out of this inning and back into the bottom of the 6th. That one's going to be a slow one, approaches outside. So full count now. Seeing if we can get out of this inning once again. 8-3 lead. Laver back up to the mound. Looking for the put-away pitch. She's going to get it. That's going to be another strikeout for Ashley Laver, who is having herself quite a day. We'll be back in just a moment here for the bottom of 6. We are back, Wildcat fans. It is 8-3 is the score here in the bottom of the 6th. Leading off this inning for your Wildcats is going to be Serena Perez, who has had quite a day with her bat so far. A couple errors on the field, but her bat has absolutely made up for it. Had a big 3 RBI double earlier and was able to get on base last time as well. So it's going to be Caitlin James pitching once again here in the bottom of the sixth. This could be the last inning we see of these Wildcat bats. So first one is in, and it is low. So ball number 1 to Serena Perez. Senior with 308 average. She leads this team. Once again, I mentioned earlier, it's in a very small sample size, but she has been effective today as well. That one's going to be inside as well, but it's going to be called strike number 1. Catches the inside part of the plate, just crosses it, 1-1 counts. Nobody on, nobody out. Here comes the pitch from James. That one's going to be a slow one outside. It's going to be bring the count to 2-1. Perez back into the box. 395, my apologies, 357 on base percentage. That one's hit deep to left field. Running back is the left fielder, and that one's going to be gone. The first home run of the season for your Wildcats, and it's going to be coming off the bat of Serena Perez, bringing this score to 9-3. The Wildcat players are there to greet her at home plate. As I said, that is the first homer of the year for the Wildcats, and that one's got to feel good. Adding another insurance run to this lead. That one was launched out to the same area that Tegan Seaton's was as well, just over the left field wall. So Caitlin James seeming very flustered now. 5.3 ERA has allowed 9 runs on the game today. These Wildcat bats have been good. So now coming up next is going to be number 18, Brooke Jordan, our first baseman. Jordan steps into the box, the lefty batter, one of 2 that we have. Pitches in. That one's going to be low for ball number 1. So if that home run's got to add a little bit more confidence to the Wildcats to try to seal this one out, but the work is not done yet, as that one is also called for a ball. So back into the box, awaiting the next pitch. That one's low as well. Into the dirt. Good block there from Kaylin Galvin. So it's a 3-0 count. Here comes the 3-0 pitch, looking to advance the runner to first base. That one's going to be just a little bit outside, but catches the plate. 3-1 now. Awaiting the next pitch. Jordan waiting to swing. And she does. It's going to be popped up. It's going to be in play, too. The third baseman will get underneath it, and she will get the first out of the inning off of the bat of Brooke Jordan. Benthagen up to bat now. Has been effective with her bat as well today. Looking to see if she can do a little bit more, add even more insurance to this lead for your Wildcats. 6-run deficit as we speak. 1 out, nobody on. Benthagen awaits the pitch. She's going to hit it over to second base side. Second baseman grabs it, stops, throws, and she is going to be out. So that's going to be the second out of the inning for the Yellow Jackets. 1 more, and they will have one final opportunity to bring this game to a tie or be in the lead. So now Sasha Mitchell up to bats. She is into the batter's box, awaiting James' pitch now. James deals. That one's going to drop in with a strike. Sasha Mitchell, 333 on base percentage here. Next pitch. That one's going to drop in as well, but that one's going to be a ball. This one a little bit low. On deck for your Wildcats is Jillian Hampson, and we will see if she gets one final opportunity to bat today. 1-1 pitch to Mitchell. That one's going to be outside. She leans out for it, but it's going to be strike number 2 called. So 1-2 count to Mitchell. Next pitch. Hit over to third base side, but it's going to be dribbled foul. Just off the end of the bat there. Not able to get solid contact with that one and square it up. So back into the batter's box once again, 1-2. James looking to get out of this inning. And there's a high pop-up to center field. And it's going to be underneath it is Tegan Seaton, and she gets the Yellow Jackets out of the bottom of the sixth. One more opportunity coming up for the Yellow Jackets to try to tie this game or take the lead. We will see if the Wildcats can defend their home field. We'll be back in just a moment. We are back, Wildcat fans. It's going to be Claire Bagnell leading off the inning for the last chance for the Yellow Jackets on the mound for your Wildcats is going to stay Ashley Laver as she looks to complete this full game. It is going to be Bagnell showing bunt, and she pulls it back, something the Yellow Jackets have done a lot today. First one is in, and it is ball number 1. Laver has been amazing today, a handful of strikeouts. I'm going to say 7, I think, is what it is, maybe 6, as she has just been pumping by fastballs by these Yellow Jackets. That one's going to be hit over to the shortstop. Receives it, gets it to first base, and that's going to be an easy routine play there. Good job there from our shortstop, Lady Kaiser, to reel that one in, and a solid throw over to Brooke Jordan. So Malia Caven, the 9-hole, is going to be up to bat now. This is exactly where the Wildcats want to be facing this Yellow Jackets order. 8, 9, and then 1. 7, 8, 9 would be a little bit more wanted, but we will take 8, 9, and 1 any day of the week. That one's going to be outside, ball number 1. 2 outs away from a Wildcat W. Ashley Laver back to the mound. It's a 1-0 count. No relief work has been needed from the Wildcats. Laver has been really good today at check swing, but she goes around. Whoa, they're going to say she didn't go around. And so that's going to be ball number 2. That looked like that one was pretty obvious, but we do not have the angle that the third base umpire has. So 2-0 count now to Malia Cavan. Next pitch to Cavan. She's going to foul it over to the third base coach. It's going to be 2-1 count. On deck is going to be the top of the order where Kaylin Galvin will be up to bat in just a moment once this at-bat is over with Malia Cavan. Cavan a sophomore and Galvin a junior. 2-1 count. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-2 now. Good heater there from Ashley Laver. And the next pitch is coming up. 2-2. Third baseman playing extremely close. That one's going to be outside and in the dirt. 3-2 now. It's going to bring it to a full count. Laver looking to avoid this walk and putting a runner on base. Does set up the double play opportunity too. Here comes the next pitch. Swing and a miss. That's another strikeout for Laver. A handful of them on the day so far, and now we are 1 out away from the Wildcats coming out on top of this game, getting their 6th win of the season. First, they will have to go through Kaylin Galvin. Galvin up to the box. 9-3 is the score, barring a massive letdown from the Wildcats. We are sitting in a good spot so far. That one's going to be dropped in for strike number 1. 0-1 count now to Galvin. Laver looking to get her 2nd win on the year. She has not played like she's had a 1-8 record this year. She has been so effective today as that one is in outside. And so it's going to be ball number 1. Galvin back into the box. Next pitch from Laver. Swing and a miss. Another swing and a miss as she has been getting quite a bit of that from the Yellow Jackets batters. So 1-2 count now, 1 strike away. We'll see if the ball is put into play here. Laver awaits the call as she gets it. Here comes the pitch. That one's going to be on the outside edge of the plate. Blue will not call it, though. Stood there for a minute. Looked like he was debating it, but no call is made. So 2-2 count with 2 outs. Laver's going to need to bring it a little bit more inside if she wants Blue to call that one. Here it goes. Next pitch. Inside. Galvin's going to have to back off a little bit, so now it's going to be a full count. So count is full. 2 outs and nobody on. We will see what Laver will be able to do here with this put-away pitch. High fly ball into the left field. It's going to be Carson Decker getting under it, and she's got it. Wildcats win 9-3 in a great game and a high-powered game from your Wildcat bats. RBI double from Serena Perez, and I believe a home run from Serena Perez too. So have yourself a day, Serena. Wildcats win 9-3 here on the CW Athletics live stream. Thank you guys for listening in, and go Cats.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us and joining us after that brief delay. There was an active shooter within the town, so we are hoping that everyone is okay as we had to evacuate and go inside. Looking into game two, we are looking at the Billings starting lineup. We have in the circle for the Yellow Jackets, number 4, Shelby Wazalewski. Batting first, number 3, their catcher, Kaylin Galvin. Number 8, their center fielder, Tegan Seaton. Number 10, their designated player, Alexis Tovar. Batting fourth, number 21, the third baseman, Marin Penny. Batting fifth, number 19, the second baseman, Kylie Yamada. Batting sixth, number 7, the shortstop, Lauren Blazchek. Batting seventh, number 27, the first baseman, Ashley Akers. Batting eighth, number 2, the right fielder, Claire Bagnell. Batting ninth, number 26, the left fielder, Malia Kavan. And looking at the Wildcats starting lineup for game two, batting first is number 6, the second baseman, McKenna King. Batting second, number 33, the third baseman, Serena Perez. Batting third, number 5, the designated player, Sasha Mitchell. Batting fourth, the number 16, the catcher, Alyssa Bentigan. Batting fifth, number 18, the first baseman, Brooke Jordan. Batting sixth, number 21, the center fielder, Jillian Hampson. Batting seventh, number 11, the shortstop, Lainey Kaisner. Batting eighth, number 3, the right fielder, Kate Hopkins. Batting ninth, number 15, the left fielder, Carson Decker. And in the circle for the Wildcats, number 12, Peyton Kessler. Alrighty, getting ready to start things off for the Yellow Jackets is the catcher, Kalen Galvin. Peyton Kessler in the circle to start things off for the Wildcats. And just a reminder, in case you did forget from the long break, the Wildcats did win Game 1. It was an offensive slugfest as the Wildcats saw their first home run of the season from Serena Perez in the victory, 9-3 victory. First pitch from Peyton coming in, and it's going to be a ball. 1-0 count early for Kessler. Second pitch on its way, and it's just a little high, 2-0. Galvin hitting .254 on the season this year with 1 home run. Third pitch, and she drills it, and Jillian Hampson's out there in right center field to make the out.
Now batting, center fielder.
The center fielder Tegan Seaton coming in to bat for the Yellow Jackets.
Only slugging 873.
Seaton leads the Yellow Jackets with 10 home runs on the season and a .394 batting average, so she can definitely drill the ball. First pitch underway, and it's just a little low for a ball. 1-0 count for Seaton. Pitch number 2 underway, and it's right down the center. And Kessler gets a strike to make it 1-1 count. The pitch from Kessler, and Seaton fouls it off. Makes it 1-2 count for. And the pitch, and it's really high and just a little off the bag. 2-2 count now for Seaton. And another foul ball, as looked like it was a goodly placed pitch, just got a little too close on the bat, it looked like, for Seaton. And strikeout for Kessler. That is her first of the day and just her second batter.
Number 10, designated player, Alexis Tovar.
The designated player, Alexis Tovar, up to bat. The freshman already having a good start to her collegiate career with a .333 batting average and 2 home runs. First pitch is just a little high. 1-0 count for Tovar. And, that was a good pitch by Kessler, finding it right down the middle. 1-1 count for Tovar. Third pitch from Kessler underway, and it is just a little low. Looked right down the middle, just a little low, down by Tovar's shins a little bit. 2-1 count for Tovar. And the next pitch is just a little too high and off to the left of the plate a little bit, making it a 3-1 count. 2 outs for the Yellow Jackets. This could be a good start for the Yellow Jackets. They can get a hit here. And Tovar, she lines it, or grounds it right to the first baseman, Brooke Jordan, for the out. And the Wildcats, Yellow Jackets set them up, and the Wildcats knock them down. 1-2-3 inning for Kessler to start out. The Wildcats Leading things off for the Wildcats at bat is the second baseman, McKenna King. King at 262 batting average with one of the top hitters this season for the Wildcats with 17 hits.
For the Wildcats, number 6, second baseman.
Let's see if she can make that average go up just a little bit in this at-bat. The pitch from Wasilewski underway. Wasilewski with a 6.70 ERA and a 2-5 record this season. Should be looking to lower that ERA just a little bit this game. First pitch from Wasilewski is a ball, making it a 1-0 count for McKenna King. Set another ball from Wasilewski to make it 2-0 count for McKenna King, the leadoff hitter for the Wildcats. That was a nicely placed ball that was just a little down, it looks like. I thought it was in the strike zone, but I don't think Wildcat fans will complain about that, making it 3-0 count. And ball 4, putting McKenna King on first base for the Wildcats.
32 walks, 9 strikes.
I suppose if you're not going to get a hit, walk is the other best way to start a game hitting for the Wildcats.
Now batting, third baseman, Serena.
Now at bat, the third baseman and kind of the unsung hero of the first game in the win for the Wildcats, Serena Perez, who takes a strike in the first pitch, making it a 1 count. And Perez shows bunt, but pulls it back just in time to make it a ball. 1-1 count for Perez. Perez now with the lone home run of the season for the Wildcats after drilling it just over the left fielder in the last game. And Perez shows bunt once more, but pulls back in time for the ball, making it a 2-1 count. The fourth pitch is another ball. A 3-1 count for Perez. Wasilewski with 32 walks on the season and 9 strikeouts. Time violation possibly on Perez. Gives her the full count at 3-2. And a foul ball. Oh, nope, they were saying a walk. Sorry about that. Walk on two batters up, 2 walks for the Wildcats. Definitely not anything to complain about with that. Although head coach Joe DiPietro is having a word with the home plate umpire, I'm guessing about the possible time violation on Perez. McKenna King and Serena Perez on second and first base for the Wildcats with designated player Sasha Mitchell up to bat. Mitchell with a 276 batting average this season. She's appeared in 13 games with 29 at-bats and has made 8 hits.
Player, Sasha Mitchell.
And the first pitch by Wasilewski is a little low, almost in the dirt, making a 1-0 count for Mitchell. And second pitch is also down in the dirt, making it a 2-0 count for Mitchell. Wazalewski with the third pitch, and it's right down the middle. She gets a strike, making it 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike for the count for Mitchell. Pitch number 4 underway. It's a little high. 3 balls, 1 strike. Mitchell with 2 RBI on the season. And Mitchell draws the walk. Bases are loaded, no outs, and Wazalewski has walked the first 3 batters of the game. And now at bat is the catcher, Alyssa Bentigan.
Now batting, number 16, catcher Alyssa Bentagan.
Bentigan is a .299 batting average this year, with leading the Cats with 20 hits. She takes ball number 1 from Wazalewski. Bentigan was the leader in home runs last season for the Wildcats with 7. Looking to drill her first this year. And ball number 2 for Bentigan. The third pitch in the at-bat for Wazalewski coming in, and it's another ball high up there above the strike zone. Looks like there's some action over in the Yellow Jackets bullpen. And Wazalewski walks Bentigan, giving the Cats a run. Bases still loaded, no outs for Jillian Hampson. Oh, sorry, apologies. Brooke Jordan, the first baseman. Brooke Jordan's got some power in her. She hit a few home runs last season. She owns a .250 ERA, or not ERA, batting average this year. She takes strike 1. An 0-1 count for Jordan. And Brooke Jordan fouls off that pitch for an 0-2 count. In 36 at-bats this season, Jordan has 9 hits and 2 doubles, so she can definitely move it when she's on the bases. And the third pitch in that at-bat is a ball. 1 ball, 2 strike for Brooke Jordan. The fourth pitch from Wazalewski is right down the center. She gets her first strikeout and the first out of the day for the Yellow Jackets. We have Serena Perez at third, Sasha Mitchell at second, and Alyssa Bentigan at first, all reaching on walks, with McKenna King already coming home. And now at bat is one of the defensive prowesses out in the outfield for the Wildcats, Jillian Hampson. I swear, she had made diving catches in every single game a couple weekends ago. She swings and misses on the first pitch from Wazalewski, and she fouls off pitch number 2 for an 0-2 count. And the pitch coming from Wazalewski's down in the dirt for a 1-2 count for Hampson. Hampson with a .264 batting average this year and 14 hits. And she gets hit by the pitch to take her base and score Serena Perez and give the Cats a 2-0 lead. And now the shortstop, Lainey Kaisner, is up to bat for the Wildcats. Still only 1 out for the Yellow Jackets. So
Number
Kaisner
11, shortstop,
had
J.D. Kaisner.
Kaisner's already won GNAC Player of the Week after the doubleheader against Eastern Oregon earlier this season, where she had a few RBIs and a few really good hits, including the Wildcats' first triple of the season. And the first pitch to Kaisner is fouled off back towards the Wildcats' dugout. 0-1 count for Kaisner. Wazlewski with the pitch number 2 is just in the strike zone, making an 0-2 count. And the next pitch is down low, just outside the strike zone for 1-2 count for Lainey Kaisner. Kaisner has a .225 batting average, 16 hits, and the 1 triple. You know, she can move it when she's on base. Absolutely can. And that one's counted for ball, making it 2-2 count for Lainey Kaisner. Kaisner is also the leader in stolen bases for the Wildcats, stealing 7 bases this year on 8 attempts. And that one is fouled off by Kaisner. Still a 2-2 count for Lainey in the 6th pitch in this at bat for Wazlewski. And she swings and strikes out Kaisner. Aside from the walks, both outs have come via strikeout, which is, in a situation like this, is definitely needed for any team. Kate Hopkins, the right fielder, is up to bat now for the Wildcats. And she draws ball number 1. Hopkins is the leader in drawing walks this season with 10 already this season. Looking to make it possibly 11. And she gets it just a little blooper to the second baseman to get the 3rd out. And to end the first inning with the Wildcats up 2-0. Peyton Kessler back in the circle for the Wildcats. Kessler with a 3.82 ERA and a 1-6 record.
Leading off the top of the second.
And leading off is number 21, Marin Penny for Montana State Billings. Penny with a 3.12 batting average and has 24 hits on the season with 3 home runs. And Penny takes ball number 1. The Yellow Jackets can definitely drill the ball as they lead the conference in home runs. And Penny fouls off, it's almost back to the press box. Fouls off pitch number 2 to make it a 1-1 count. And the third pitch is a ball down near Penny's ankles to put her ahead in the count, 2-1. And Penny pops it up and should be routine for Kate Hopkins right along the right field line. And that's out number 1 for the Kessler.
Number 19, second baseman.
Now batting
Kylie
is Kylie
Amata.
Amata for the Yellow Jackets. Amata, 298 batting average this year with 3 home runs and 17 hits. First pitch to Amata is going to be a little high for ball number 1. Pitch number 2 to Amata, and it just goes over Serena Perez's head, and she gets the first base hit of the game. And
Number 7, shortstop Lauren Blaschak.
it just went right over Serena Perez's head, but Carson Decker was there to corral the ball and get it in time, so it was just a single for Amata. And now batting for the Yellow Jackets, shortstop Lauren Blaschak. First pitch to Blaschak is just rides the edge of the strike zone for strike number 1. An 0-1 count for Blaschak. Blaschak with 4 home runs this year. And that one, pitch number 2 is a little outside the strike zone. So it's a 1-1 count. And Blaschak pops it up. It looks like it's gonna go just. Oh yeah, it hits the Yellow Jackets dugout roof. So it's a 1-2 count for Lauren Blaschak. Pitch number 4, and she swings and misses. Kessler gets the strikeout and out number 2 of the inning. And that brings up number 27, the first baseman, Ashley Akers. Akers with a .133 batting average this year. Looking to increase that here with the second hit of the game. And she gets contact, but it goes far into the bullpen of the Wildcats. Pitch number 2 to Akers coming up from Peyton Kessler. And she pops it right up for the catch by the shortstop, Lainey Kaisner, to get the third out and we are back in action now with the cleanup hitter, number 15, Carson Decker, at bat for the Wildcats. Decker's another one though. When she gets on base, she can move it. She has the only other triple of the season for the Wildcats, coming yesterday against Whitworth, and she takes ball number 1 on the first pitch after showing sign of bunt. Decker with a 246 batting average, 15 hits on the season. And she bunts it right back to the pitcher, and she's not going to beat the tag. And so she will account for out number 1, bringing us back to the top of the order with
Number
McKenna
6,
King at
second
bat.
baseman, McKenna King.
And pitch number 1 for King is going to be way up there. Ball number 1, 1-0 count for McKenna King. And pitch number 2 is in the strike zone for Wasilewski. 1-1 count for McKenna King. King walked in her first at bat, hoping to get a hit maybe this time. And down in the dirt is pitch number 3 to put King back up in the count 2-1. And Wasilewski gets ready to deliver pitch number 4 in the at-bat. And it's going to be hit right to the second baseman. Easy 4-3 play for the Yellow Jackets to get the second out and bring up Serena Perez. We'll see if Perez can maybe hit this Wildcats second and her second home run. It was Perez's first collegiate home run of her career, so big congratulations to her. And ball number 1 to Perez, or pitch number 1 is a ball, making it a 1-0 count. And ball number 2, 2-0 count for Perez. She was also walked in her first at-bat. Wasilewski gets ready and throws, and it's ball number 3. So it was up the top, just above the top right corner of the strike zone. 3-0 count for Perez. Can she go 2 for 2 in walks? And she does. She draws her second walk of the game and puts the Wildcats at first. Sasha Mitchell at bat for the Wildcats, who's also walked in her first at bat. Wasilewski gets ready for the pitch, and she delivers a strike right down the middle to Sasha Mitchell. And pitch number 2 for Wasilewski is another strike. Mitchell down early in the count, 0-2. Wasilewski looking for her third strikeout of the game. And Mitchell makes contact, but it should be easy shortstop to second baseman out to make it a 2-0 Wildcat lead heading into the top of the third. We are back with the Yellow Jackets to bat with Claire Bagnell set to start things off for the Yellow Jackets.
Claire Bagnell.
Bagnell with a .259 batting average and 7 hits on the season with 2 RBIs. And she takes ball number 1, her first pitch. She's showing signs of bunt, but pulls back and takes ball number 2. Early 2-0 count for Claire Bagnell. And going to check. She did not go. 3-0 count from Peyton Kessler to Claire Bagnell. And strike number 1. Kessler keeps the at-bat alive with a strike. So 3-1 count now for number 2, Claire Bagnell. And the pitch is high, and Bagnell makes her way over to first base. That will bring up number 26, Malia Kavan.
Number 26, left fielder Malia Kavan.
Apologies, Malia Kavan. Kavan with a 308 batting average. With 12 hits and 1 double. She takes ball number 1 in the first pitch, and Wildcat head coach Joe DiPietro coming out to talk to Kessler. Try and calm her down a little bit and keep it in the strike range. And it was a very quick visit. And now Kavan will be back. Is back in the batter's box, getting ready for pitch number 2 from Kessler. And the pitch is underway, and it's fouled back. Hits the gate fencing. And 1-1 count for Kavan. And a bunt by Kavan goes immediately foul. Make it a 1-2 count for the left fielder, Malia Kavan. Pitch number 4 from Kessler in the at-bat underway, and she strikes her out. Out number 1 in the top of the 3rd for Kessler.
Number 3, catcher Kaylin Galvin.
And we're back to the top of the order for the Yellow Jackets with number 3, Kaylin Galvin. First pitch to Galvin is going to be a strike. Kessler finding her groove now after a very brief visit from head coach Joe DiPietro. And second pitch is just a little high. 1-1 count for Kaylin Galvin. And Galvin on pitch number 3 fouls it back, making it a 1-2 count. And it's a ball, but the runner, Bagnell, goes and gets caught. Alyssa Bentigan with the stellar throw right to McKenna King, the second baseman, to get Bagnell out. 2-2 count for Galvin. And Galvin swings and fouls it back. Ooh. Still a 2-2 count for Galvin, but the bases are empty. And she gets the strikeout. And that will end the top of the third for the Yellow Jackets and bring back the
The bottom of the third for the Wildcats is catcher Alyssa Bente.
starting things off for the Wildcats. The catcher, Alyssa Bentigan. Shelby Wazalewski still in the game for the Yellow Jackets in circle. First pitch is drilled by Bentigan. Back to the warning track and off the wall for a single all the way to right field. Bentigan on early. Just one pitch.
Number 18, Brooke Jordan.
And now that brings up the first baseman, Brooke Jordan. Jordan looking to have a big hit here. Maybe add some insurance runs to the Wildcats' 2-0 lead. And first pitch to Jordan is a ball. 1-0 count for Brooke. Wazalewski with pitch number 2, and to Jordan is another ball just to the left of the plate. 2-0 count for Jordan. And pitch number 3 is just high. A 3-0 count now. And pitch number 4 is going to be a walk, putting Alyssa Bentigan at second and Brooke Jordan at first. That'll bring up the center fielder, number 21, Jillian Hampson. Hampson takes strike 1 right down the middle to start her at bat. 0-1 count for Hampson. And she just narrowly fouls off. Pitch number 2. And pitch number 3 to Hampton is down in the dirt, making a 1-2 count. Bentigan and Jordan at second and first base are ready to sprint on contact. And Hampson fouls off that pitch. Still a 1-2 count for Jillian. Still no outs for the Wildcats in the bottom of the third. And Hampson sends it right to the second baseman, who tosses it to the shortstop and then to first for the double play. It was a good double play by the Yellow Jackets.
Number 11,
Good
shortstop
defensive
Laney
stand.
Kaesner.
Laney Kaesner now at bat for the Wildcats. Bent again moves to third and is in danger of scoring. Ball number 1 to Kaesner. And Kaesner swings, but can't connect. 1-1 count for Laney. Pitch number 3 is high and away, and it's a 2-1 count for Laney. Wazalewski sends it, and it goes in the dirt, making it a 3-1 count. And Kaesner makes just a little contact, but it immediately goes foul in the dirt. Full count, 3-2 for number 11, Laney Kaesner. And Kaesner makes good contact, and it drops just in front of the left fielder, bringing home Alyssa Bentigan. And that makes it a 3-0 lead for the Wildcats in the bottom of the third. It also brings up the right fielder, Kate Hopkins.
Right fielder.
It was a
Kate
beautifully
Hopkins.
placed hit by Kaesner right along the left field line. And pitch number 1 to Hopkins, and she grounds it right to the third baseman for the third out. But the Wildcats get 1 run, increasing their lead to 3-0. Peyton Kessler getting ready to pitch to number 8, Tegan Seaton. Seaton was the National Player of the Week last week after having an outstanding performance against Western Oregon to open GNAC play. And Seaton's first pitch is a swing and a miss. 0-1 count to Seaton. Seaton with a .394 batting average this year. Definitely cannot overlook her. And she connects, and it's a little pop-up, and Kate Hopkins runs in for the catch and out number 1.
Designated player, Alexis Tovar.
Number 10, Alexis Tovar at bat now. Kessler prepares pitch number 1 to Tovar, and it's going to be a ball down outside the bottom left of the strike zone. Pitch number 2 to Tovar she connects, and it looks like it's just a routine fly ball for Jillian Hampson for out number 2.
Number 21, third baseman, Marin Penny.
The third baseman, Marin Penny, up to bat for Montana State Billings. Kessler prepares pitch number 1, and it is in the strike zone. A 1 count for Penny. And pitch number 2 is down in the dirt for a ball. 1-1 count for Marin Penny. And pitch number 3 is also a ball. Just a little too low for Payton on those past couple of pitches. 2-1 count now for Marin Penny. And Penny just gets enough of it to foul it away. 2-2 count now. Penny looking to tack on maybe another home run, make it 4 on the season for her. She definitely has the power to, and she just tips it away just in time to keep the at-bat alive. 2-2 count still for Marin Penny. And another foul ball for the third baseman. Penny's fighting her way through this at-bat. She's not going to go down without a fight. And another foul ball. She's making Payton work for this strikeout. And she connects, and it's just out of reach of McKenna King. She gets to first base, and will bring up the second baseman, Kylie Yamada.
Number 19, Kylie Amada.
That hit was just outside of McKenna King's glove. If she was over maybe 1 or 2 steps, she probably would have caught that. First pitch to Amada is outside for a 1-0 count. Pitch number 2 from Kessler is just makes it in the strike zone. 1-1 count now for Kylie Yamada. Pitch number 3 looks like it was just a little high outside the strike zone. 2-1 count now for the second baseman, Kylie Yamada. And that was a big swing from Yamada. 2-2 count now for Kylie. And Pitch number 5 is down outside the strike zone. Full count now for Kylie Yamada. And she makes contact and sends it right to the shortstop, Lainey Kaisner, who taps second base and gets the out and ends the top of the 4th for the Yellow Jackets. Wildcats at bat. Just one moment.
The fourth, Carson Decker.
Shelby Wazlewski's ready to pitch to the cleanup hitter for the Wildcats, number 15, Carson Decker. And first pitch is just outside the strike zone. 1-0 count for Carson. Pitch number 2 underway, and Carson bunts it, and she's a speedster, so she makes it. She beats out the throw and makes it to first. We're back to the top of the order now for the Wildcats with the second baseman, McKenna King. King is one of the leaders in extra base hits for the Wildcats, and she takes bunts on pitch number 1. King with 3 doubles already this year. She fouls away pitch number 1, though, on the bunt. Looking to move Decker over to second. Maybe at the sacrifice of herself. And she does not go on pitch number 2, but it's a strike. 0-2 count now for McKenna King as the ump clears off home plate from the dirt. And the pitch falls down in the dirt. And Decker went, but it looks like they are calling her. Oh, the umps are the Montana State Billings head coach comes out, and Wildcat head coach Joe DiPietro is heading out to check on Decker, who looks like she might have possibly gotten her finger caught on the base, maybe, as Wildcat athletic trainer Brittany Hodgman checks out Decker, make sure that she's okay. And now the umps are having a discussion with the second baseman of the Yellow Jackets. And it looks like they did call Decker out, as Decker has not returned yet or from the dugout. I didn't quite see an official safe or out. And Decker is coming back, so she will stay on second base. and makes that her second stolen base of the year. 1-2 count now for McKenna King. And that was a nice hit, and could not quite drop though. But with the speed of Decker, she's able to still make it to third base with only one out. That brings up number 33, Serena Perez. Perez looking to drill another home run. She's gotten everybody excited now after hitting the first home run for the team this year in the last game.
I can't do anything.
And first pitch goes right to the to the shortstop, who throws it to first, but it gives Decker enough time to make it home, making it a 4-0 Wildcat lead with designated player Sasha Mitchell up to bat. Mitchell takes the first pitch from Wazalewski, and it's a strike. 0-1 count now for Sasha Mitchell. Pitch number 2 is underway, and it goes down in the dirt. 1-1 count now. 2 outs for Sasha Mitchell with nobody on base. Pitch number 3, and it's high and away. 2-1 count for the designated player Sasha Mitchell. Pitch number 4 from Wazalewski is in there for a strike. 2-2 count for Sasha. And pitch number 5 is down in the dirt, making it a full count for number 5, Sasha Mitchell. And it's another ball, which will put Sasha on first base. That will bring up the catcher, Alyssa Bentigan.
Alyssa Benthagen.
Bentigan knows how to place the ball, and she's a very good hitter. Takes strike 1 though. Pitch number 2 from Wazalewski is about to get underway. She throws it, and Bentigan fouls it off, making it an 0-2 count. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And the pitch from Wazalewski is down low. 1-2 count now for Alyssa Bentigan. And Bentigan connects, but I don't. It's all the way to the warning track, but the left fielder makes the snag and gets the out to end the inning, with the Wildcats adding on one more run to make it a 4-0 lead for the Crimson and Black. the shortstop, number 7, Lauren Blazchek, is up to bat to start things off for the Yellow Jackets, as Peyton Kessler continues her reign in the circle. First pitch from Kessler is just below the strike zone. 1-0 count for Blazchek. Pitch number 2, and Blazchek connects but pops it up. Should be routine, and Kay Hopkins sprints in for the out. Number 27, Ashley Akers, is up to bat now for the Yellow Jackets. First pitch from Kessler is just to the left of the strike zone. 1-0 count for Akers. Pitch number 2, and Akers connects, and it just goes over Carson's head in the left field. She's going to try and make it 2, and she makes it in standing up. A double could be huge for the Yellow Jackets in their attempt to claw back from this 4-0 deficit. That brings up the right fielder, Claire Bagnell. Bagnell shows signs of bunt, but pulls back to take the ball. 1-0 count. Pitch number 2 from Kessler is just in the strike zone. I think it found the bottom corner. 1-1 count now for Claire Bagnell. Pitch number 3 from Kessler, and it's just to the right of the strike zone. 2-1 count now for the right fielder, Claire Bagnell. And that one's very far off out of the zone for Peyton. 3-1 count now for Bagnell. And Bagnell connects, but it should pop up, and Hampson is under it to get the second out of the inning. Also keeps the runner at second from advancing. That'll bring up the left fielder, Malia Cavan. First pitch to Cavan, and she hits it right up the middle. And the third base coach is going to stop Akers from going home, so there will be runners on the corners. That was a nice hit from Cavan. And now we're back to the top of the order for Montana State Billings with Kaylin Galvin. First pitch to Galvin, and she hits it right to the third baseman, Serena Perez, who makes the easy throw to first baseman Brooke Jordan for the out to end the scoring threat and hold the Yellow Jackets scoreless. We're heading to the bottom of the 5th with the Wildcats up to bat here in just a moment. Shelby Weslewski is back in the circle for the Yellow Jackets. After the first inning, after she walked 4 batters, she's clamped down a little bit and has found her way back in the strike zone. And will look to make some more strikeouts. She's racked up quite a few already. And first pitch to the first baseman, Brooke Jordan, is a ball. One out count for Jordan. Pitch number 2 is down in the dirt for a 2-0 count now for Brooke. And Brooke connects, but it's fouled right back towards the Billings dugout. Pitch number 4 to Brooke in this at-bat is going to be Brooke connects, and the center fielder's under it to get the first out, which will bring up number 21, the Wildcat center fielder, actually, Jillian Hampson. Our photographer, Jacob Thompson, has made so many phenomenal photos of Jillian making her phenomenal catches in center field. You've probably seen some on the website. We use them a lot. That pitch is high and away, making it a 2-0 count for Jillian. And that pitch is down in the dirt. And Jillian, 4 pitches, 4 balls, putting Jillian Hampson on first. That'll bring up Lainey Kaisner, the Wildcat shortstop, having some really good defensive plays in this game. Looking to connect on she bunts, but it just bounces back for a foul ball. 0-1 count now for Kaisner. Pitch number 2 for Laney. That's going to be a strike. 0-2 count now for Kaisner. And that pitch is headed almost towards Kaisner for ball number 1. 1-2 count now by Weslewski. And Kaisner connects, but can't get just enough on it to get the homer, but she makes, so the center fielder gets under it for the out number 2 of the inning. That brings up number 3, Kate Hopkins. Pitch number 1 to Hopkins is right in the strike zone, right down the middle. 0-1 count. And pitch number 2 is on the inside as Kate kind of turns away from it, making a 1-1 count. And the Yellow Jackets try to pick off Hampson on first, but overthrows it, but Hampson stays at first. 2-1 count now for Hopkins. And that pitch is down in the dirt as well for a 3-1 count now for Kate. And that pitch is up and away and puts Kate Hopkins on first base and moves Jillian Hampson to second. Now bat the number 9 hitter, Carson Decker. With Hampson in scoring position, Decker will look to make some noise in this at bat. The Billings catcher's out talking with Wasilewski. Calm her down a little bit. Get a plan together on how to get this final out to end the scoring threat by the Wildcats. First pitch to Decker is way outside for ball number 1. Pitch number 2 to Decker, and Decker connects, but it goes foul. 1-1 count now for Carson. And pitch number 3 to Decker is way up and outside. 2-1 count. And the pitch is almost gets past the catcher, but the catcher makes a good play to stop the ball from going past her. 3-1 count now. Wasilewski's in danger of loading the bases with 2 outs. And that pitch is, the ump is counting as a ball. Decker is on first. We have Kate Hopkins on second and Jillian Hampson on third for a loaded bases situation for the top of the order with McKenna King. First pitch is outside the strike zone. 1-0 count for second baseman McKenna King. And King connects, and the shortstop almost bobbles it, but makes a good play not to, and gets it to third, or to first base, for the easy out to end the scoring threat, bringing the Yellow Jackets up to the top of the 6th.
Keegan Seaton.
The center fielder Tegan Seaton to start things off for the Yellow Jackets to try and mount this comeback as pitch number 1 to Seaton by Wildcat sophomore pitcher Peyton Kessler is up and away, and 1-0 count early on. And the next pitch is too low, down in the dirt. 2-0 count now for Tegan Seaton. And that pitch is just inside the strike zone. 2-1 pitch, or 2-1 count now for the center fielder Tegan Seaton. There's a reason that she won National Player of the Week, and she can just drill that ball anywhere on the field. So the Wildcats are probably being extra careful, and she pops that one up. Will it stay? It'll go hit the roof of the Wildcat dugout. 2-2 count now for Seaton. No relation to former Wildcat Maya Seaton. Spelled differently. Seaton, Maya Seaton was Seaton with Billings Seaton Seeton. And Kessler gets the strikeout. A big strikeout from Peyton gets the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up the designated player, Alexis Tovar.
Designated player Alexis Tovar.
First pitch to Tovar, and that is just south of the strike zone. 1-0 count now for Tovar. Pitch number 2 is right in the strike zone. I think it had to be right on the line of the strike zone. 1-1 count now. And that one is right down the middle for an easy strike. 1-2 count now for Alexis Tovar. And that pitch is up and away for 2-2 count now. And Tovar connects, but it goes foul. This remains a 2-2 count now. 1 out in the top of the 6th. And Tovar connects on that one too, but it goes right into the Billings bullpen. Still a 2-2 count. And that is also fouled, this time back. It's a nice day out. The home plate umpire maybe wiping a little sweat off of his face. Finally reached the 60s. Pitch from Kessler is outside of the zone. 3-2 full count now. And Tovar connects with another foul ball. This one landing behind the Wildcat dugout. Full count pitch coming to Tovar. And she swings and misses. Another big strikeout from Kessler to get the second out of the inning. That'll bring up Marin Penny,
Number
the
21,
third baseman.
Marin Penny.
And first pitch to Penny is fouled back and hits the fencing to protect the spectators. Pitch number 2 is outside the zone, making it a 1-1 count for Marin Penny. And that one's in the strike zone. 1-2 count now for the third baseman, Marin Penny. And Penny connects, and it lands just outside of Jillian Hampson's reach. She easily makes it to second base, giving the Yellow Jackets a much-needed hit. And that will bring up the second baseman, Kylie Amata. Amata will look to put the Yellow Jackets on the board in this game, as Penny is in scoring position at second base. First pitch to Amata is high and away. 1-0 count. And swing and a miss by Amata. 1-1 count now. And that pitch is just above the strike zone. A 2-1 count for Kylie Amata. And another swing and a miss by Amata evens the count at 2-2. Pitch from Kessler is wide right. Full count now, 3-2 for second baseman Kylie Amata. And Amata connects, and it gets just between the third baseman and shortstop. And the Yellow Jackets will make it home, as Penny makes it her way back home to make it a 4-1 lead now for the Wildcats. After the throw to home, Amata scampered her way to second base.
Shortstop, Lauren Flashak.
So the Yellow Jackets keep somebody on second. Lauren Blaschek is up to bat now. And she takes ball 1 in the first pitch. And pitch number 2 is also a ball. 2-0 count now for Blaschek. And Blaschek connects on that, but should... And that's gone! Blaschek with a 2-run homer all the way to dead center field. As center fielder Jillian Hampson could only watch that one go over the fence. Makes it a 4-3 game now with the Wildcats in the lead. That was a big hit. The Yellow Jackets, if they can do anything, they can hit. Ashley Akers up to bat for the Yellow Jackets, number 27.
Number 27, first baseman Ashley Akers.
A big two-out bomb by Lauren Blazchek makes this a one-run game now. First pitch to Akers is right in the top middle of the strike zone. 0-1 count. Kessler looking to end this momentum by the Yellow Jackets with a second strike. 0-2 count now for Ashley Akers. And Akers connects, but it goes foul. Keeps it 0-2. Baseball giving a big hand to the returning the ball. And Akers connects, but it's just drilled right to Lainey Kaisner for the easy out. That will bring us to the bottom of the sixth with the Wild. The Yellow Jackets are the first to use their bullpen in this game as they welcome 00 Ella Crookston to the game. Crookston, a sophomore from Laurel, Montana, transferred in from Salt Lake Community College. And her first batter will be against the legendary home run hitter of the year, Serena Perez, and gives her ball number 1 in her at-bat. Crookston sets up pitch number 2 to Perez, which is down in the dirt for a quick 2-0 count now to the Round Rock, Texas native, Serena Perez. Perez got to spend some time in her home state this year as the Wildcats open their season down in Texas with 8 games, first 8 games. And that pitch by Crookston is a strike for the 2-1 count now. Perez gets good contact on that one, but it goes foul. 2-2 count now for Serena. Crookston delivers the pitch, and it's immediately in the dirt. And Perez will take first. As she draws the walk. Which will bring up Sasha Mitchell, number 5 for the Wildcats. And that one goes in the dirt and then past the catcher, which will advance Perez up to second, putting her in scoring position. No outs for the Wildcats in this bottom of the 6th inning. Crookston with the pitch, and that one's right down the center for the 1-1 count. Mitchell prepares for the pitch, and she takes strike number 2. 1-2 count for Sasha Mitchell, the Kirkland, Washington native, graduate of Juanita High School. And Mitchell swings and fouls it away. I at first didn't think that she got a piece of it, but she kept her bat alive with just enough. Pitch from Crookston, and Mitchell swings and misses. Strikeout, a much needed strikeout for the Yellow Jackets.
Number 16, catcher Alyssa Bentagan.
That will bring up the Alyssa Bentagan for the Wildcats. Bentagan's had a really good day today. She's collected a few RBIs and made some really well-placed hits. First pitch to Bentagan is a ball. Crookston delivers the pitch, and it's up and away. It didn't come close to the catcher, which will allow Serena Perez to make her way over to third base now, putting her in prime scoring position with only 1 out. An extra run or two for the Wildcats definitely wouldn't hurt, especially given the power that the Yellow Jackets possess. And that pitch is in for the strike. 2-1 count now for Alyssa Bentagan. And Bentagan connects, but it goes past the press box and foul. 2-2 count now for Alyssa. As Crookston delivers the pitch, and it's just high, giving Alyssa a full count, 3-2. And that is a walk for Alyssa Bentagan, putting her at first. Runners on the corners for the Wildcats, and that'll bring up first baseman Brooke Jordan with only 1 out. Head coach Joe DiPietro's coming up for what looks like going to be a pinch runner, with Katie Wilton making her appearance. One of the fastest on the team. She is a very good pinch runner.
Running at first base, number 13, Katie Wilton. Now batting for 18, Brooke Jordan.
We'll see if the extra speed helps the Wildcats with get a couple more extra insurance runs. Kirsten delivers the pitch, and it's just outside the zone. 1-0 count now for Brooke Jordan. Pitch number 2 to Jordan just makes its way inside. 1-1 count now. Jordan, a transfer from Seattle University, joined the team last year. She's definitely got some power behind her. And that one goes in the dirt, and that will bring Serena Perez home and move Katie Wilton up to second. And that will make the Wildcats lead 5-3 now. A good insurance run for the Wildcats. Which also moves Wilton over to scoring position. 2-1 count now for Jordan. And that pitch goes in the dirt as well, but the catcher makes a good stop. 3-1 count now. And as they get ready for the pitch, Crookston throws it, and it's a walk for Jordan. Another walk for the Wildcats puts runners at first and second. And that brings up Jillian Hampson.
Number 21, center fielder Jillian Hampson.
Wildcat head coach Joe DiPietro calls time to talk over his strategy on where he wants Jillian to hit the ball. And he gives her a good pat on the shoulder, and she's ready. Hampson gets ready for pitch one from Crookston. And that one is way outside. 1-0 count. As the Billings catcher goes out and meets with Crookston. Help her reel in the strikeout zone.
In that, you know how cold it is there? Yeah. Well, football into the niche is close.
And as Crookston gets ready with the pitch. And that one's also a ball. 2-0 count now for Jillian Hampson. Hampson's been a senior with this team. Has, you could say, been the leader of the stellar outfield group that we have. Center field is not an easy position to play. And that pitch is also outside. 3-0 count for Jillian Hampson. And that pitch gets in there for the strike. 3-1 count. If Crookston throws another ball, that'll put the bases loaded with only 1 out in the inning. And Hampson connects, but it goes right into the Wildcats bullpen. As Hampson prepares for the pitch. That one is a ball and another walk for the Yellow Jackets. We'll load the bases for
Number 13.
Lainey Kaisner.
Number 11. Number 11, shortstop Lady Kaisner. Uh-oh.
And it looks like Billings head coach is out, and we are making a pitching change. Caitlin James is coming back for the Yellow Jackets after pitching the first game. She'll look to stop this Wildcat rally momentum. The momentum the Wildcats are building, and hopefully limit the walks. That's been a big part of the Wildcats' lead today.
Yeah, we have 9 left on base.
Our awesome statistician, Scott Finley, just informed me that the Wildcats have drawn 13 walks today, which is only 3 of hits, and lead 5-3. So to say that walks have been a big part of the lead for the Wildcats might be an understatement. James gets ready to deliver the first pitch to Kaisner. And the first one is up and a ball. 1-0 count for Laney Kaisner. And Kaisner drills that one, but right to the center fielder, as that will move up the runners on second and score another run. Second and third, and bring Katie Willen home. And that will set up Kate Hopkins with runners on the corners for the Wildcats. First pitch to Hopkins is a strike. Pitch number 2 to Hopkins, and she just gets it, just gets contact, and first baseman throws it to the second baseman at first to get the out. That will bring up possibly the final at-bats of the game. Top of the 7th with Billings can't tie the game or take the lead. The game will be over. That'll be the Yellow Jackets' run will begin with number 2, Claire Bagnell.
Leading off the top of the 7th.
She looks to help rally her team to at least tie the game, keep this game going. And she makes contact on the first pitch, but it goes right to the third baseman, Serena Perez, who easily tosses it over to Brooke Jordan for the first out. That will bring up the cleanup hitter for the Yellow Jackets, number 26, Malia Cavan.
Now batting, number 26, left fielder Maria Cavan.
And that pitch by Kessler's down in the dirt for the 1-0 count.
Crookston, 3 walks and hit batter and 3 wild bases.
And Cavan just makes contact on it, as it looked to be a little on the inside, but she tried turning away, and I think her bat got it for a foul ball and a 1-1 count. And she makes contact right to the shortstop, Laney Kaisner, for out number 2. The Yellow Jackets now down to their final out, and they're at the top of the order for Kalen Galvin. I think this is a repeat of game 1 in the final inning. The final 2 batters of the lineup, and then very first one to end the game. First pitch to Galvin is a ball, making it a 1-0 count. Galvin makes contact, but it's fouled away for a 1-1 count. Kessler readies the pitch, delivers, but it's wide outside. 2-1 count now for the leadoff hitter, Kalen Galvin. And that pitch is also a ball. 3-1 count now. Kessler throws it, and Galvin fouls it away to make it a full count, 3-2. Kessler readies the pitch. Throws, and Galvin makes contact, and she will get the base hit. She singles to left center field and keeps the the Yellow Jackets' hopes alive. And no better batter to have up now than the reigning National Player of the Week, Tegan Seaton. First pitch to Seaton's up and away. Almost got over the head of Bentgen if she didn't have such wildcat-like reflexes. 1-0 count for Tegan Seaton. And that one's also outside the strike zone. 2-0 count now for Seaton. And Seaton connects. That one is gone. That one went over the scoreboard. What a huge momentum swing for the Yellow Jackets to make this game a lot more attainable. 6-5 lead now for the Wildcats as Coach DePietro will swap out pitchers to get this final out needed as Zoe Theophilus comes on for the Wildcats. What a huge swing by Seaton. She drilled that one. To say the least, it was, as soon as it left the bat, it was gone. That will make things a lot more interesting for the designated player, Alexis Tovar, after Theophilus finishes her warm-ups. Alexis Tovar at bat, looking to tie the game.
Designated player Alexis Tovar.
Huge home run from Tegan Seaton in the last at bat. And Theophilus delivers a strike. 0-1 count for Tovar with 2 outs. Final out for the Yellow Jackets. And Tovar swings and fouls that one away. Quick 0-2 count now for Alexis Tovar. Possible final strike now for the Yellow Jackets. And Tovar fouls that one away. Keeps it 0-2. Theophilus prepares the pitch, and Tovar should do it. 4-3 McKenna King to Brooke Jordan. And Theophilus gets the out and saves the Wildcats win. As the Wildcats will win 6-5, but not without a very, very beautiful home run by Tegan Seaton to keep things interesting. The Wildcats take the sweep on the day, and both teams will be back in action to conclude the conference series tomorrow with games at noon and 2 p.m. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate you tuning in, and we look forward to another pair of action-packed games tomorrow. And also, don't forget to listen to, or watch the live stats and or the live stream of the Wildcat men's basketball team plays Cal State Dominguez Hills in the first round of the NCAA tournament tonight at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time from the campus of Cal State LA. Again, thank you very much for joining us today. We look forward to another pair of action-packed games tomorrow.